a cold breeze, steel boots on the sand, no ease. Propellers hum the Soviet quest, but the island ain't weak, not less. She-hot tanks roaring loud and clear, zombie hula girls, no fear. Tiki terrors rise, eyes ablaze, Soviets drown in the island haze. Island don't surf, island don't win, Tiki terrors won't let them in. She-hot tanks make the ground shake, zombie hula girls' hearts won't break. Under moonlight chants they clash, steel meets flame, bones will thrash. Cold War's heat, the island's grip, Tiki rage will never slip. Drums beat, wild waves take hold, Soviet shiver, hearts turn cold. In the depths of night they fail, Tiki terror's ancient tale. Island don't surf, island don't win, Tiki terrors won't let them in. She-hot tanks make the ground shake, zombie hula girls' hearts won't break. Hearts won't break.
Howdy, it's your old pal, Tiki the Hut. Thanks for joining me again on another Too Late Tonight with Tiki. And no, don't worry, you don't have to adjust your screen. It is green. It is time for some Orks. It is 100% an Ork stream. We're doing this, we're going straight into the wall. Hey, Jenny Bratt, CV Cooper, what's going on? Always happy to see people wait when the stream starts. Usually I paint Conflict 47, but I've been doing it a lot, and I decided to take a little bit of a palette cleanse and do some work painting. Let me adjust my camera a little bit. There we go. All right, so what you're seeing over here on the tabletop are my three current trucks. I have a Goliath truck. I have one of my mech boys that I can keep for just painting example on kind of how I want my mech boys to look, or my Orks to look. So I have one truck. I have my Goliath truck. I have my actual Ork truck. This is the first model I'll be working on in honor of Twisted Metal Season 2 being out. We're actually going to be doing my Sweet Tooth Ork. Let me get a little closer so I can fix on his face. It's pretty cool. I'm pretty excited about that model. And then, if we finish that guy, we can start working on another mech boy I have. So, and I can also work on some of my Ork trucks. Like I said, this one's probably my favorite. I rebuilt this out of a damaged and beat up old Rhino. You can see in the back you got grots hanging out. You have a, it looks like probably a human or Eldar skull. Or up in the front you got some Orks doing Ork things. You got an Ork driver. You got your Ork gunner with his big shooter. You got Ork skulls in the headlights. You got plenty of little Ork markings everywhere. You know, grenades and ammo within easy reach. Super easy, super fun little conversion. Alright, we'll put you right back in here. Absolutely Speed Freaks, yeah. This is my Mad Max kind of themed army. That's why all the vehicles are red. Because clearly they go faster. And I like putting little grots all over mine. Like I said, you can see my other truck here. This one's just about fully done. So you can see everything's the engines are all chromed out. You got the big shooter. Sorry, I'm waiting for the camera to focus a little bit. And you got grots back there, giving that full security. So for these Orks, these are the Moto sofas. And when they're a little rock landing and they first started coming out and causing mayhem, the only armies they were fighting were penal legions, and so they figured out, like, or they thought that's how you're supposed to dress in order to engage in warfare, is to wear like prison uniforms. That's why they have like the orange pants, white shirts, or like full orange jumpers. They have red armor, you know, to try and make them move a little bit faster, red guns to shoot faster. You know, sometimes black weapons to be a little bit tougher. And this is the basing. So the basing's kind of cool. I use cut up cork. Alright, so I get a little better. So I use cut up cork, I glue that down, and then I hit the whole thing in like a textured style paint. So that helps a lot. Speaking of that, that's going to be the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to cut up some cork, and I'm going to put it on the base of this guy and the other mech boys so that I can get them primed and I can start painting them. Oh, my mic was muted. Sorry about that. Yeah, these are trainers when I was working on while I was at work. Alright, let me get out. I got just a box full of just old wine corks. And we're going to kind of cut these up. I'm going to glue these on the base to kind of make it look like just random rock, like crags of rock and stuff like that. It really adds to the whole like Badlands kind of vibe. I really enjoy it. Alright, all I'm doing, I'm kind of just using a serrated edge to cut this cork up a little bit. Gotta be careful, you don't want to flesh your finger up with a serrated knife. Alright. So then I cut off a small sliver like this. And then when I kind of cut this thing up and kind of glue it all on there, all in a haphazard fashion. Hey, what's going on, Bad Rabbit? Matthew, how you guys doing? Welcome to the Orks stream. So here's our first little torn up piece of cork that we're going to be gluing on here. Alright, so we have the first piece of cork kind of on there. We're going to trim that off put that other part somewhere else. That just kind of sees him like kind of hopping off a stone, you know? Yes, the red ones absolutely do go faster. Kind of wish I had more like orc appropriate themed music that was like long enough to loop for, you know, 4 or 5 hours, but I don't, so it's still gonna be Tiki music. Hopefully that's alright. What's going on, Mountain? How you doing? Alright, there we go. That is how we... I mean, it's a little high, I guess. I may still trim that down a little bit, but we're kind of just putting these rocks on the base. All I'm doing is just kind of trimming up that rock, making it look a little bit more like a rock formation on the base. Thanks, Jenny. That's pretty clever. I appreciate it. That 100% got a chuckle. I enjoy puns. So you can see when you end up painting it all up, that's kind of what it looks like. See how his base kind of is? It just kind of looks like a Badlands style rocks. That's kind of what we go for. Hey, it's glad to hear. Glad to hear the rabbit's feeling better. I was actually kind of worried about him. I was following a lot of your messages. Oh yeah, absolutely, Orc Squigs on my. It is an orc day. So I said this is the main guy we'll be painting today. Is the my sweet tooth. I'm probably gonna run him as a probably like a pain boy. I think he's supposed to come as like a commando. The way he was modeled, but I'm gonna kind of run him more as a pain boy maybe. And let me do the base of this guy too. This is gonna be another one of my my mech boys. Again, because I'm trying not to stay super in line with 10th edition. I'm trying to just make my orcs how I want my orcs, you know? And that way I can kind of play in any edition. So I'm trying not to get too crazy with a lot of the units. Just basic, you know, mech boys, pain boys, trucks, boys. Give them all, you know, rocket launches. yeah, this is one of my simple basing methods, is just getting bits of cork and just kind of carving it all up, and then I glue it on the base. And then when you kind of, you know, when you hit it with a like a spray primer, then you kind of go over it. I use if I can find it, it's like Badlands stuff. Where'd it go? Oh, I'll find that paint eventually. It's over here in my paints somewhere. Totally understand. It's quicker, Sean. Glad you're checking in. Yeah, once I finish these guys, on my next palette cleanse orc stream, I'll be working on my Miami Tiger Strike camouflaged orc commandos. So I like my prison style themed orcs, like Penal Legion, Mad Max Speed orcs. But like I said, I do want a little bit of these Miami camouflage guys. I think it's kind of cool. If you haven't seen Squig Hunter Sean's Stompa, pretty awesome. I plan on building a bunch of DACA jets. We're building a lot of orcs to support when Morning Glory does a Thanatos like here stateside. So we're getting together a shit ton of orc models to kind of help out for a big apocalypse game. He's doing Stompas, I'm gonna be doing DACA jets. Hey, what's going on, Mad Larkin? How you doing, buddy? Yeah, today's an orc cleansing, a little palette cleanse day. So I busted out the 3 trucks, and I busted out two models to work on. One is a mech boy. Not really that big of a deal. Kind of a cool guy though, cool model. And then this is the model we're really working on today. We want to specialize, and that's for the Twisted Metal show going on. This is our Sweet Tooth. Mad Larkin, I appreciate it. I'm excited for whatever you send me, but I'm not gonna lie, I am extremely excited for more orc bits. I had to slow down on converting that big old world box of orc mob boys. I've had to slow down on my conversion into 40k because I'm just running out of bits. Luckily, when you go to Warpfire Games, they let you dig through a bits box, and that helped a lot. And when I told him my whole story, I told him I don't have orc bits, and that's what I was doing. I swear to God, they still charged me, but it was very loose. You know, usually it's like a quarter a piece, or you can get like a sprue for like $1, you know? These guys were just like, yeah, alright, that's like $15, you're good. And I had way more than $15 worth of bits. That's why I'm a huge fan of Warfire, man. They hooked me up. When I told them what I was trying to do with orcs, even they got excited. They're like, hell yeah, man. So I rated that because they saw I bought that big old massive box of work boys. Like, yeah, I need more bits. Like, yeah, man, take your time. Yeah, to echo what Mad Larkin's saying, it's awesome to see everybody. It really is. Like I said, I immediately boot up the stream, and like in the first couple minutes, everybody's in the stream, which is super awesome. But more importantly, I'm really glad your rabbit's doing all right, Bad Rabbit. You know, I'm glad he pulled through. While we're waiting on that to dry, probably gonna work on some of the grots hanging out on the back of the. I'm not gonna lie, the kit bashing on this thing was a lot of fun for a rhino, for an orc rhino. Alright, while we're waiting on those orcs to be fully primed, let me get to work on these grots hanging out the back here. You can tell my dog hair gets everywhere. I think that's what we're all doing, Mad Larkin, you know? Yeah, Squigger and Sean, and pose the orcs and all sorts of outrageous like pranks and shit like that, you know, from memory, you know, like maybe handcuff one of them to a lidar, or have one with like a bag behind one of the trucks trying to get like a sample. That's awesome, Mad Larkin. One wheel bikes, put them on one base, counted as one bike. That's pretty good. Those cures, I'm just using Orc Flesh, a little speed paint. Nice. I was talking to someone who wants to get into 40k, and I think they're torn between Space Marines, Necrons, and Voltan. So I'm kind of curious to see how they end up going. Squigget or Sean have one of them running around with like a box, you know, a little box, and just put like grid squares on it. It'd be pretty good. Nice. StarCraft Terran Marines. What a... Yeah, I could definitely see that with the way the Votans are modeled. What a great idea. Well done. Hey, Mark of Talbot what's going on, buddy? Man, I swap a little bit from Comic 47 to doing Orks, and everybody comes out. Great to see, man. Great to see. It makes me happy. Ah, makes sense, Mark. Well, that's actually the perfect use of the stream. I think even last night we had someone, it might have been CB Cooper, I believe, unless I got it mistaken. We had someone else who was saying they're having trouble sleeping, and so, you know, the stream's on, like, oh hell yeah, let me hop on the stream. That's exactly what the stream is for. Like I said, it's exactly what I made it for. I want to kind of get that whole, you know, late night show and like old school Toonami midnight run style vibe to it, you know, where it's always super late at night on the weekends. If you can't make it, no worries, but it's there for you in case you can't sleep or you're stuck being awake or something like that, you know? Super chill vibes, just a couple buddies hanging out, chatting, painting. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, really trying to get like the old Space Ghost coast to coast style vibes. Hey, what's going on, Steven? It's a wah indeed, my good man. A wah indeed. we got all three of my trucks out. We're working on because Twisted Metal's out. I actually have a Sweet Tooth Ork that I want to work on. He's currently being primed right now, so right now I'm just kind of working on one of my trucks, working on some grots. Yeah, I keep showing it off only because I think it's a really easy build that I'd recommend for any Ork player. You know, just grab some old rhinos, pop the doors open so it's easy to show someone's in there, you know. And then my biggest thing is always model it with the door out. That way it kind of has the same length of base. As you can see, it has the same length of base as the regular truck. That way you're not modeling for advantage, you know. And I just do mine with gobos hanging out the back. As you can tell, I got some older edition codexes back here. Yeah, so I end up primering my goblins and Zandri dust. God, there I go again, right? Zandri dust, only because I like the look of the Ork speed paint on the Zandri dust. I missed his hand, so I had to go back and go over the red with Zandri dust. Space Ghost coast to coast. Space Ghost coast to coast is a classic, man. Steven, that's awesome. Yeah, I really like, like I said, I'm glad someone finally turned me in towards Orks for kit bashing. And I also like, when it comes to painting them, the lore behind them painting things a certain color for certain reasons makes a lot of sense. And also really helps with your painting. Like I said, I generally, they're pink right now, but I paint my grenades yellow, you know, for better high explosive. I like the base part of my weapons red for, you know, shooting DACA faster. For my melee weapons, I generally paint them black to make them, you know, a little bit stronger. So it really helps when you're painting stuff. You're like, oh, let me just paint whatever colors would make sense with the lore. So that's so you're like, well, do you do their armor black? But no, I do their armor red, not to make it tougher, just make it a little bit faster when they're running around on foot, you know. And for these guys, any kind of like horns they have, always make those chrome just to kind of fit in with the whole Mad Max kind of vibe. So all the engine bits will be chrome and stuff like that. Any kind of helmets or spikes will generally always be chrome. This is still a work in progress. This one's just about done. this may be a bit of a spicy take. It may upset some people who are firearm enthusiasts. It may upset some 40k fans, but the more I read about it, because I wasn't always a big, I never didn't like orcs, you know? I got to play against them, I liked it, but I was always just starting off as a guard guy, you know? I like military sci-fi. You know, I started reading like the Gaunt's Ghost books, so I really wanted to do Imperial Guard, right? But the more I play orcs and the more I read about orcs, in my head, I equate them to like the pump action 12 gauge of the 40k, like lore and universe. You know, highly, brutally efficient, you know, delightfully, you know, it's that, almost like that quote from Hooters, like, unrefined yet delightfully tacky. No one's disputing its effectiveness, you know, and it just has remained unchanged. It's a classic, you know, from all the way in the beginning. There's no wrong way to do orcs. You could just take straight up old world orcs, which is what I'm doing, and just slap on some shootas, you know, and you're golden. You can still leave all their old, like, you know, and they don't even have to be snake fighter or feral orcs. There's just no wrong way to do orcs. It's just a lot of fun. Luckily, in that bits box I got from that I dug into at Warfire Games, there's a lot of like Space Marine power claws that were left behind for some reason. So I got a lot of those, and then I cut some of the sword and knife blades off of other like orc stuff. I use that to make like a very crude power claw. Yeah, there's some really cool truck designs on Etsy. There's a commando team that's all like Ninja Turtle, like Japanese ninja theme that I really want. And then of course they actually have basically, it's like a mix between the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle and the A-Team van. And they're all like hanging out the side of it, stuff like that, for a truck. Yeah, I agree. Kid Bashing Orcs is where it's at. I'm actually kind of surprised. I wasn't able to get a full set. I think CB Cooper sent me some commandos from like that kill team, and I wanted to pick that kill team up. I know they make the Rekka Crew kill team now, but that's not the one I want. I want the actual commandos, and that kit's actually starting to go up in price. I think they're gonna phase them out of kill team, so we'll see what happens. We're just working on this Gretchen back here. Don't work on the other one. So one thing I do know, from painting like much smaller Imperial Japanese soldiers, you know, to then working on orcs, and orc takes a while to paint for me. I can't like speed run through painting orcs. Also, I've only painted about like maybe 20, you know, so I don't have a whole lot of like almost like muscle memory, or I guess like brush memory. It's not a bad thing. It's definitely like why I do it as a cleanser, because I don't have to have these guys ready for any kind of event, you know. I'm in no rush to get these guys built and painted. Absolutely no rush. When I have them, I'll field them, you know, and I'll enjoy it too. But I'm in no rush. Again, they don't expire. They're not going anywhere. Orc boys and orc trucks, or orc boys and orc trucks. I hear you. Yeah, when I left 40K around 8th, I sold off my guard army, but I gave my Death Watch to my brother. I have no idea what he's done with them. Hopefully he still has them. I'm sure he does. I don't want to like pick his army for him, but I'm like, yeah, if you ever want to like dabble, here's a fun little army. It's easy because it's small. It's only a couple kill teams, and I had 2 Corvus Black Stars, so that's kind of cool. I did, but most importantly, I sold my guard army for very cheap. I sold off so my army was the lore-wise, and you'd read about it. It's like a throwaway line in Double Eagle. They talk about naval pioneers. So imagine like a kind of like modern day CVs, or more accurately, the Air Force's Red Horse squadrons. So it's based off that, and there's no tanks. It was all Valkyries. So I had, what did I have? I think I had 3 Valkyries, 2 Vendettas, and a Vulture. Yeah. So I sold off the Valkyries, Vendettas, and the Vultures. I sold off because that's how they ran in 7th. In 8th, I was converting them to be Elysians, you know, following the Elysian rule set. So I had to get rid of a lot of stuff. I was building drop Sentinels and stuff like that, right? So I sold off the Sentinels, I sold off the Valkyries and Vendettas and Vulture. Those went for, you know, well enough that was perfectly fine. Then when it came time for all the troops, because I'd converted most of them, half of them were still unpainted. Because what I did is I got a lot of the old push fit guardsmen, and then I ordered like jetpacks, you know, from a third-party website, and then I ordered like mag pouches and stuff like that to make them look like an Elysian kind of airdrop unit, including like plasma rifles and stuff like that. And so I ended up selling that to a guy who was starting Warhammer 40K in 8th, and he wanted to start guard. You know, as we all know, guard's expensive. So when I say I sold it to him, I mean there was money exchanged, but it was a very, very low amount. So it felt cool to kind of help a guy out, you know, get started in the guard. I'm like, hey, these aren't the best models. They're not the best painted, but you have plenty of guys here to build out your squads. You know, you can strip them and repaint them however you like. Yeah, exactly. Squidhead and Sean knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, they're so my naval pioneers are basically like a Red Horse Squadron, but for the Imperial Navy. And they are actually mentioned in Double Eagle. It's like a throwaway line, but they're there. The whole point is they're supposed to land from the Navy. They land to secure airfields, planet side. That way, the Navy can bring down the like, I forget the official Warhammer 40k. It's been a long time. The term for it, but Aeronautica Imperialis. You know, not the actual Navy, but the Aeronautica Imperialis, the actual like stratosphere aircraft. Because at that time in the lore, and I don't know why, I don't know when they changed this. I think it was just like a hand flick laziness. Valkyries are not, Valkyries don't operate, or they're not supposed to operate from orbit to space. They're not a, you know, orbit. They're not an orbit to surface aircraft, right? They're only supposed to operate in the atmosphere. That's how they're not a void craft, right? They never were a void craft in any of the old lore. I think they just recently swapped it out for video games. Like, oh yeah, just take a Valkyrie, it's fine. You know, this one has life support now. That's why you had Arvis lighters and Aquila landers and shit like that. But anyways, so the whole point was you secured airfields on the deck, and then you sent down these pioneers to, you know, attack the airfield, secure the airfield, defend the airfield, repair the airfield, and then you can kind of project, you know, air support, air supremacy, and air superiority, then air supremacy from those airfields. So that was really cool to me. I saw that, I liked it, and I kind of went with it. So their camouflage, they had blue uniforms and black armor, and the vehicles were all jet black with blue stripes on them. We're just painting grots on the back of the trucks while we're waiting on our orks to dry. Oh, what do you mean, Ginny? When you say what do you use? Are you talking like, what do you use instead of Valkyries, like Voidcraft? Yeah, I was always partial to the Fantine, the Air Corps and the Skyborn from Guns of Tana. That was always probably like in lore wise, that's always probably one of my favorite Imperial Guard units, even though technically it's a PDF, I guess. So they're not Imperial Guard theoretically, but I always thought they were badass. Oh, yeah. So at the time, so any Valkyrie-based assault carrier, so your Valks, your Valkyries, your Vendettas, your Vultures, your Sky Talons, none of those could operate from orbit into atmosphere, right? They can't break Atmo and they're not Voidcraft capable, like they can't maintain that atmosphere inside. That's why I see like the doors open and shit like that. They aren't really pressurized. They just weren't meant for that. So in order to go from ship to surface, some of the aircraft that could, I'm pretty sure an Arvis lighter, that's what most people use. It's like a shuttle, was an Arvis lighter. That's why it still kind of remained in use. It was void capable. You had, I'm pretty sure, Lightnings and Avengers are void capable. Surprisingly, Marauders are void capable. And then the Aquila landers were like a huge ship to surface landing craft. Yeah, so it's generally Arvis light for transports, Arvis lighters, and Aquila landers. But again, that was lore circa 7th edition. I'm sure a lot of shit's changed. You know, Cadia's a navigational hazard now. You know, there's Custodes who aren't on Earth anymore now, who are all over the galaxy finding. I don't know. The lore got weird for me. I think it's just something Games Workshop probably retconned just because it's just easier to use Valkyries. Everyone recognizes what a Valkyrie is, you know. But for those of you who are like sci-fi nerds, it's weird because it's like, you know, it's like seeing a speeder from Star Wars. You know, like Battle of Hoth, like to see like those little speeders. It's like watching a speeder fly into orbit, or watching a regular TIE fighter make a hyperspace jump. You're like, what? No, like that's not what it can do. Yeah, and I can see that. And it's also easy. You know, it's easier just to have it be a void capable thing. You're right, like the Pelican, or I can't even think what the is it called a Pelican as well in Helldivers? The your shuttle, I think it might also be called a Pelican, or it's called something. You have the Eagle. You have the Eagle. Eagle attack craft. I'm trying to think what the shuttle's called. I think the shuttle's also called a Pelican. Like Space Marines have their Thunderhawks, so that's easy. You know, Deathwatch have their same thing, Corvus Black Stars. Those are absolutely void capable. So are Thunderhawks. But that also makes sense why when you read the lore, you start seeing like mass, and I mean mass, Valkyrie and Vendetta squadrons. I'm talking flying like 100 aircraft, you know, in the skies, doing like bomb runs or strike runs on like Tyranid hides and stuff like that. They can mass produce these Valkyries and Vendettas and stuff like that because they're not superly complex. It's just an atmospheric aircraft. Like the engines are good for same thing. That's why I can carry so many troops, because it's only flying in atmosphere. In order to have the engines to breach atmo and to be pressurized, you know, that's beyond the capabilities of it. That's a more complex aircraft. Valkyries were pretty simplistic, almost to the point where we can like make Valkyries, you know, almost modern day. All right, let me check on my my orcs, see how they're doing over here. All right, let me patch up a few places that the spray missed, and then we'll get painting on them. As for those of you who haven't seen, this is the primary model we're painting today. It's going to be the Sweet Tooth. So we'll likely be pinning him up, and then we'll probably run him as a pain boy. I don't think there's a setting yet. I think he's in talks with Warpfire Games, maybe, to host it in Florida. That could just be wishful thinking on mine and a few other guys' parts. We're not sure yet. I'm not sure what kind of planet he's going to host it on. I think like a Gorka Morka style planet, like just like a huge ass wasteland desert planet would be awesome. Almost like Dune, have like giant sandworms be like a huge hazard. It'd be kind of cool. Nah, I totally hear you. No, I'm a huge Helldiver fan because I was a big Mercenaries fan when the first game and the second game came out, and I think that's why I really enjoy Helldivers 2. It kind of checks that little Mercenaries box for me. I do a lot of gaming on Switch too, especially when I'm traveling. I need to get my favorite game, one of my favorite games on Switch. Strange Brigade is on Switch. I really need to like get it on Switch and unlock all the stuff I've unlocked on my main console on it. I love Strange Brigade. If you've never played Strange Brigade, Jenny, I recommend taking a look at it. It's kind of like a Left 4 Dead. You know, so if you're familiar with Space Marine 2 or Dark Tide or Vermintide or Aliens, Fireteam Elite, anything like that, Left 4 Dead, Back 4 Blood, whatever it's called. It's very similar to that, but it's also got a lot of like puzzles in it too. So it's kind of like a 4-player co-op horde thing, but with puzzles. The vibe is like 1930s Indiana Jones, Tomb Raider style. You know, it's pretty cool. You're trying to prevent like Sateki, this Egyptian witch, from escaping her tomb and banishing the whole world to darkness. And it's a really cool plot and story. Yeah, it's not cross compatible, but when I get it for Switch, I'll you know, I'll let you know. I'm happy to play it. It'll be hard to find people, so it's a fun game. All I'm doing is just going back over the spots where the spray primer missed. Alright, Bad Rabbit. Enjoy it, man. Alright, here we go. He has fully primed now. I know it's hard to see because the lights are bright. Like I said, the way he's modeled is you can run him as almost anything. I think he's supposed to be I'm trying to think, it's been a while. I'm sorry, guys. I jump games a lot. And the Codex, what is the Grot Snickrick? Like a head commando guy. Yeah, I think it's Grot Snotnik. Hey, what's going on, Squidfist? Hey, thanks, man. Yeah, we're working on our Sweet Tooth. So I'm pretty excited about that. I'm gonna hit the explosive part of his grenades pink. That way I can paint them yellow afterwards. Get a good yellow color. It's a tip that I don't think I understand correctly that I picked up from Squick Hunter Sean. I'm probably not doing it correctly, but I do enjoy the results, so I'm gonna continue to do it. I think these are supposed to be smoke grenades. I'm not sure if I want to paint them as actual... Yeah, I'll leave them as smoke grenades. I'll probably paint the tops and bottoms metal, and I'll probably paint the band in the middle purple. You know, that way they're super sneaky smoke grenades. Ooh, Matthew, your guys look awesome. Sorry, I just saw your picture. your battle frame IJA look phenomenal, brother. Well, I mean, it depends, Jenny. I feel like it really is. I steal a lot from Red Alert 4. Conflict 47, like I said, my Imperial Japanese have like the actual like samurai helmets, you know, so they look very similar to the Empire of the Rising Sun from Red Alert 3. And a lot of people paint their daughters of the motherland, you know, like the Soviet conscript soldiers, you know, like red uniforms and stuff like that. And there's a lot of good inspiration to take. Alright, let's see what Shit Herder Sean, the painting guru's got to say. Alright, the logic behind the yellow is logic behind is that the yellow is very translucent, so anything underneath it influences the color. Pure white washes yellow out. It makes it look streaky. Black makes it look green to the blue pigment. That makes sense. When I get Soviets. Yeah, if you can find it, the current Soviet starter box for like the first edition or OG Conflict 47 is still one of the best values on the market. You get like, I think it's like 40 troops, so a shit ton of infantry, including with anti-tank rifles. You're gonna get a T-34 with the ZP attachment, so with the sonic cannon. You're gonna get a Cossack Light Walker, and you're gonna get a couple Mark 1 heavy infantry suits. Like what Iron Man built in the cave. Yeah, I see a lot of people going for the new Conflict 47 starter sets. I mean, some of them look like they're good values, don't get me wrong, but I don't know. I think it's just me being like a hobby hipster, you know? There's nothing wrong with it, but I just don't like having the same army that everybody else has, you know? It's like, oh, hey, look at my units. I have the exact same units that you have. Like, oh, that's cool. I really enjoy kind of building my own, so... Alright, HS. Alright, so here, we have a good Conflict 47 question from HS. Alright, so does a dismounted reconnaissance unit in Conflict 47 that loses their transport also get removed? It says the reconnaissance must have a transport. Can you point me to the right page in the rulebook? Now, when you talk about a reconnaissance unit, are you talking about a reconnaissance platoon in the Bolt Action 3rd Edition rules? Because currently in Conflict 47, there are no reconnaissance platoons. It's just a reinforced rifle platoon. So let me know, HS, and I'll do my best to aim you in the right direction. Ah, yeah, totally different. No, not at all. So no, you must have enough transports to where every model in your reconnaissance platoon that is not already on, I believe, a cavalry or a motorcycle. I think those are the only exceptions. So as long as they're not on their own motorcycles or horseback, you have to have a transport in the reconnaissance platoon to carry everyone in the reconnaissance platoon. So that's the caveat. It has to be organic to the reconnaissance platoon, because those transports cost about 10 points extra, but you also get the reconnaissance or recce special rule for them. And no, they don't even have to start in the transport. You just have to have those transports, if that makes sense. As far as I'm aware of, I can go back and read 3rd edition rulebook. But no, you can take those transports, because what I do is I'll take the transports for the reconnaissance platoon, and I won't even put my troops in it. I use those transports for my Moto surfing commanders, because those trucks will have the recce special rule, so that prevents them from getting killed. But no, the transports have their own order dice or their own units. Yeah, not at all. As far as I'm aware of, not at all. It's just you lose an order dice for the transport, but that's it. No, it's just to get them up to the field. That's the rules as far as I'm interpreting it, as far as I'm well versed. HS, I'd recommend taking a look at what's his name? Zern? Here, let me see if I can find a video for you. There's nothing against Bo, he's a nice guy, but I prefer another guy for my bolt action stuff. Let's see if I can find the right video for you. I'll just link his actual. Hold on. I'll just link his actual channel. I think you can probably look for the right video that kind of helps you out. I don't know if he's done one specifically on Reconnaissance platoon, I'm pretty sure he has, but I'll check. But yeah, if you have questions about bolt action, this is the guy I recommend. Southern Central, nice guy. Anytime, brother. Anytime. Like that, if I can't get you the answer you're looking for, I can at least point you in the right direction. I'm about 99% sure that's how it works, because I use reconnaissance platoons, but I could always be wrong. Back to painting this guy. So for the Sweet Tooth, we'll be going on basically how he is from Twisted Metal Black, Twisted Metal 2012 in this show. Instead of white pants with pink polka dots, I'm going to go with the red. Nice. That sounds pretty cool. Yeah, for my Firefly, I plan on getting a whole bunch of Rocketeer style miniatures in 28mm and using those instead. I think everybody's going to have their own style when it comes to the Fireflies. Sorry, I'm gonna do a little paint pot maintenance here. Yeah, I use Mad Robot a lot for bits as well. Glad to see someone else using them. I mean, I like Anvil Industries and I like Victoria. I use those sometimes for stuff. But Mad Robot's like here in the US, so shipping's generally a hell lot easier and quicker. Sorry, my paint pot was fighting me there for a little while. Yeah, so I personally don't recommend the werewolves from Wargame Atlantic. They're a little too small for my taste. Some people like them, that's fine. I like the bigger sized werewolves. But the zombies from Wargame Atlantic, I haven't got my hands on a box yet, so I can't personally recommend them. But from people who I know and trust who bought it and built them, painted them and sent me pictures, they look amazing. So alright, we're just working on this guy, slowly getting all his orc flesh painted. I double checked, he does have gloves on. So those are going to be leather gloves. Yeah, I think one box should be fine. I started with one box of Mantic's King of War zombies, and that's what I built my Tiki Terror zombies out of, and those have done really well for me. I haven't really needed more. I'm still gonna make more. I'm making have someone 3D printing some zombie hula girls for me, but. All right. All right, you can kind of start seeing them take shape. Like, so we're getting all the skin, we're getting all the orc flesh down. Then we're gonna probably go in and do the leather for the backpack, for the straps, for the gloves, and the boots probably. So I did that with zombies and with the Imperial Japanese Riflemen. For me personally, I found 5. 5 is the magic number. So get one done, like fully done, so you know, like how I do here. So I finish one model. That way I know exactly what my paint scheme looks like. You know, I can go off that. And then after that, I do batch painting in sets of 5. Don't try and do one color for all 20, you'll go crazy. So grab 5 of them and just go one color at a time. So everybody's leather goods, then everybody's pants, then everybody's shirts, then everybody's hat, you know. Just get 5 models at a time and just go one color at a time. For zombies, it should generally be easier, you know, so. That's what I find is the magic number. People have watched on stream, I've tried to flex up to 10. 10 drove me crazy. Even 7 was tough. 5 was the magic number. So batch paint 5 at a time. Just my personal recommendation. Getting underneath his masks now. Yeah, so, Shither Sean's right, about 5, unless it's smaller. So usually my rule of thumb, if it's something like a guardsman, a simple rifleman, or like a zombie, you know, or I have, what I'm working over here, mummies, you know, then yeah, I'll do 5 of those. Anything more complex, I'll generally slow down a little bit, you know. I don't think I painted anything smaller than that, though. Yeah, I never painted nids, so I'm not sure how that'd work. I said orcs are a little beefier. It's hard to do 5 orcs. I mean, orcs take a little while to paint. There's a lot of surface area on them. But because of their muscular form, I feel contrast paints and speed paints work real well on orcs. Alright, I missed some spots on his back. Let me get those real quick. No, not right now. I mean, I haven't smoked a pipe in about a week. No, I got an early showtime tomorrow, so I'm just trying to, I don't want to drink coffee because I have to go to sleep right after, you know, but I'm also trying to stay awake, so I'm just drinking cold water. But I should have a day off Monday. We'll see. If I have a day off, I may take the old 1887 clone out to the range. That'll be nice. Haven't shot the old Chicom made PW87 in a while. Sorry not to sound all gun snobby. It's a lever action 12 gauge. For those curious. Yeah, no, apples do help. It's a lot of like good natural style sugar. But no, I'm good. I'm just drinking cold water. So what used to help me, a fun trick. It's good when you have cold water, but even if your water's not that cold, a way to kind of cheat and make your water feel a little colder than it is to chew sugar-free peppermint gum. So you get a sugar-free gum that's like peppermint flavored, like Dentine Ice or something like that, and you just chew that and just drink water. It gives the sensation of your water being colder than it actually is. It's kind of nice for staying awake. Yeah, peppermint leads aren't always, available, All right, we got most of the skin done. Now we're gonna go and start hitting the leather. We're just using, like I said, for the skin we used orc flesh contrast paint, pretty nice. For the leather goods, we're just using one of my favorite contrast paints. One of the few products I really like that Citadel does, so that's their snakebite leather. What do you, oh, hey, what's going on, Commander? What do you mean it's just a new version 2 of, Tiki theming? You mean like whole new music, whole new everything? I mean, I don't know. It's a lot of work for one guy. I could try. I mean, I'm gonna try it. If you're talking about like the lore from my unit, Tiki Terrors, I'm gonna try and maintain it in version 2, but we'll see. Like I said, I'm gonna read. First thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna sit down and I'm gonna read the rule book cover to cover, and then I'll probably have a cup of coffee, a smoke, and then go back and read it cover to cover again. You know, and then I'll decide kind of what I want to do. You know, as far as the channels like that. I think there'll be other channels that'll beat me to the lore. I'll try if I like. Oh, yeah. I'm just gonna continue on the storyline. You know, it hasn't really changed for me, you know? Yeah, I still have my, like, Renegade Imperial Japanese stuck on a random-ass island. They just kind of fight for themselves now, which actually kind of fits in with the new lore, so... We'll see how it goes. There's still a lot up in the air. There's still... I mean, they've given us a lot of information, but there's still so much we don't know. Working on his backpack first. Yeah, kind of similar to that. Almost more like, think more like Colonel Kurtz and, Apocalypse Now, you know, and that's based off just Conrad's Heart of Darkness. So kind of like that, you know, just like a hodgepodge of all different forces. They're kind of stuck on this island. They've been on the island so long, they're like, fuck it, let's just stay here, let the whole war blow over. So they're just there to defend their island. And I'm also thinking about expanding the lore a little bit, because that's just an Imperial Japanese Army. I really like playing as Imperial Japanese Navy, so I'm coming up with my Surf Ninjas. Now, my Surf Ninjas, I think, are still going to be part of the Empire. But the way that's working is, since they're kind of running low on troops for the Imperial Japanese Navy for this SNILF unit, Special Naval Landing Force unit, is they're going to be, think of it like Imperial Japanese Foreign Legion, because a lot of SNIFs kind of operate away from the mainland islands. So this SNILF squadron is going to be comprised of, you know, freed Indians. It's going to have a lot of former White Russians, like Kazakhs. It's going to have Chinese mainlanders who don't want to fight for any of the warlords or the communists. It's going to have Thai, Royal Thai soldiers. It's going to have Taiwanese. It's going to have, you know, Koreans. You know, anyone who's not a prisoner, but also, you know, didn't surrender. So it's kind of like a lot of French Indochina, so a lot of current day Vietnamese. I think it's going to be fun. So the whole point is it's going to be a far deployable special landing force unit, and their sole job is going to be trying to start basically start shit, you know, try and start rebellions to try and pull colonial forces away, you know. So again, they'll be very active in French Indochina, you know, maybe Madagascar, maybe trying to stoke some fires down in Africa. Should be a lot of fun. So again, that's why my Japanese Navy unit's gonna look. They're gonna have like these kind of very Hollywood-esque like blue uniforms. They're gonna have like tall black boots. They're gonna have SMGs from like all over the world. You know, whatever country they come from, they kind of brought their SMGs with them. For light machine guns, I'm gonna order some more Lewis guns. They're gonna use Lewis guns for their light machine guns. And it's ready for Conflict 47. I said I have a whole bunch of, I think, you know, not a brag. I don't want people to think it's not really a brag, but I'm sitting on about 21 Ghost Attack Squad models. 22 if you count the limited edition Facing Through the Wall that you get from the book. But yeah, I have basically three full squads of Ghost Attack Squads. And I have a couple different float tanks and some anti-tank rifle teams. So I'm pretty excited. Yeah, same thing. Yeah, going down to the Dutch East Indies, you know, fighting on Java, the island of Java. Oh yeah. And they're gonna use their unit composition to their advantage. What I mean by that is they're gonna operate like in Sri Lanka. They can use a lot of their free Indians to kind of operate behind lines. Just like that's what they did with the White Russians and the Kazakhs. They used to send them as like saboteurs in Russian uniforms to go fuck shit up. So these guys, again, it's going to be like an Imperial Japanese Naval Foreign Legion style concept. So it should be a lot of fun. It also gives me an excuse to kind of play them on any kind of tabletop anywhere, you know? The Imperial Japanese Navy can always just show up. They can either like airdrop in or arrive by like a submarine or stuff like that. Nice. Yeah, I also read a lot of books to get inspiration. Like I said, I've almost finished my Special Naval Landing Force book. It's actually been really good, but I think there's a second volume out that I gotta read. That's where I got a lot of my ideas from. Oh, that's pretty cool, HS. Yeah, I can see that. When you mentioned Zona Alpha, for those guys that don't know, Zona Alpha is almost like a Stalker or Metro kind of tabletop game. It's based on a really good book, like Russian sci-fi, called Roadside Picnic. So it's like, what if, you know, like when you go to a roadside picnic, sometimes some people like leave their trash behind. It could be like a crumb or a bite of your sandwich, you know, or like an orange peel, or maybe you spilt a little bit of Coke or something like that, you know. So to you, it's nothing, but imagine like a colony of ants. It's like the greatest thing in the world, you know. So that's the same concept. If aliens visit us and we're just like, you know, a truck stop in the middle of nowhere, just some wilderness, and they leave behind some of their trash. To them, it's just trash, but to us, it's like the greatest technological find ever. If that sounds cool, or if you really like Stalker and Metro, definitely give Zona Alpha a look at for a tabletop kind of RPG war game, and give Roadside Picnic a read. Very interesting. Yeah, it's really cool. Jenny, my Germans, or I guess now my Axis, I did mine based off the Cult of Imhotep from the Mummy movie franchises. So all the soldiers are running around like in red robes. I actually have one high priest. It's cool. He actually has a black book and a gold book on him for the Book of the Dead, Book of the Life. I have a Noxina Moon. You know, she's running around with an assault rifle, which is pretty cool, and like a gold bikini. I have Imhotep. I actually gave Imhotep an assault rifle. So I'm still in the process of painting him. But yeah, I kind of leaned into the occult too for like an Indiana Jones mummy style vibe. It's such a good movie, HS. So it looks like he has like a bedroll or some kind of tarp. I'm not sure what to do with that. I think I'm just gonna paint it purple. You know, I may do like blue with purple stripes. You know, so it's lucky and kind of camouflaged. I don't know. I may do it purple. You know, so it's like one giant purple sheet he can just like throw over himself to be sneaky. We'll see how we feel about that. I'm thinking, yeah, I'm thinking like a, kind of like a Metal Gear Solid, like a cardboard box. You know, he just gets like a little purple tarp to drape for himself. Hey, what's going on, Painting Games? How you doing, buddy? We were working on our Sweet Tooth style orc. Just slowly getting them all painted up. Oh, nice. Well, good luck versus Thousand Suns. I hear they can be a little bit trickery. I don't get dust in your eyes, I guess. Alright, now let's work on the actual leather straps of this little harness here. So speaking of 40K, I'm probably pretty late to it, so people are probably tired of the drama. So feel free to tell me, you know, no. But how do you guys feel about the whole thing that happened down in Texas? The emotional support hell brute, you know, that completely was not on the list. The reason why I like to talk about stuff like this, it's not just like to stoke the flames and get clout and numbers, but no, it's because I'm gonna start running my own events and I have one coming up very quickly. I'm kind of curious about how people see and deal with all this kind of stuff. Commander, so to briefly summarize, and I could have it wrong, this is, I think, like the Texas Open or whatever big event they have down in Texas. One guy was doing really well playing Chaos. I don't know how the rules, I don't know the current meta, but apparently he had a full list, you know, apparently, I don't know how true this is, like, he actually brought, like, they wrote it down on paper. So he had a full legal list, all within the points, that's fine. But then apparently he had an extra hell brute that wasn't on his list, that wasn't on his army list. He just kept sneaking this extra hell brute in for each game. And apparently that one extra hell brute changed a lot. I don't know if it like triggered some kind of ability for the cultist or what, but they found out that when he was like, I think like 4th from winning it all, they found out that he was cheating the whole time. I think they only found out because somebody went home and tried to like recreate his list, you know, like on the way home, like with all the points level, and realized that he was like 125 points over. Now, I can say, not the cheating part, but I've done that where I've driven home thinking about a game, and I'm like, wait a minute. How did they do that? And I'm like, oh, son of a bitch, I should have called him on that. I've had that happen to me before, where somebody pulls some shicey stuff that I don't notice until like an hour and a half later on the drive home, and I'm like, ah, oh, son of a bitch. I was like, that's what they were doing. Well, I think the problem, I mean, I'm not trying to be all draconian, but I think like the problem is like nothing really happens to these people. Like a lot of times they'll take them at the word, like, oh, I don't know why I did this. Oh, I apologize. I'll step away. I'll voluntarily step away from the hobby for a year. You know, I'll find myself. And I'm not saying like cheaters don't get better, but here's my thing. I think to make it fair, I think anyone over the age of 18 who cheats at a game like that, there's no redemption after that. You know, like you're a grown adult cheating at a game, right? Like a kid, I understand. Like a 12-year-old or a 16-year-old, I get it. But over the age of 18, I don't know. Especially when there's prize support or there's a ticket to like Warhammer Open or whatever it is that's on the line. But the problem is they'll voluntarily step away, which is stupid because then they can just take themselves out of exile and just show up to a lesser tournament where people don't know their name and pull the same shit. Yeah, I'm with you, Sean. Yeah, I mean, it's just a simulated game. Like, it's not that big of a deal. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to like drama farm here or anything. I'm curious people's sentiment about it. You know, only because I want to make sure. Hopefully, it never happens. I don't think it's gonna happen in any event I run because their social events are a lot chilled. But I'm always kind of curious, like what the pulse on the common tabletop community is about cheaters. I mean, I've told stories. I'm a super chill guy. I'm just as friendly and chill in person as I am, you know, behind the stream. I don't like change who I am. But those who've seen me play a tabletop game have heard stories like the Berlin, the Battle for Berlin, stuff like that. I'm super friendly, and I'm happy to give you like the benefit of the doubt like the first 2 times. But the second I have like irrefutable proof of like just some shenanigans, I just absolutely call you on it. Not in a mean way, but I'm like, look, we're either gonna stop playing these shenanigans, or I'm just gonna have fun any way I can, which means I'm gonna start like running my models in a circle. I'll start forming up for a parade. You know, you can still win, but everyone will know that I'm clearly not taking this serious, so it'll be a hollow victory, which I think that's what cheating is. If you win by cheating, it's a hollow victory. So I've seen people do that where like the rules for thee but not for me kind of thing, and no, I call that shit out quickly. Yeah, I hope the Tiki vibes kill the cheating thing. No, I had a guy do that one of the last big events I was at. Because he was a tournament player, so we're like, oh, you must know the rules, so we all trusted him. But some of the stuff I started saying was kind of sketchy, so I started trusting him with one eye. You know, things seem to quite benefit him quite often. And then there's very few rules I know about, which is why HS talked about reconnaissance. I know about reconnaissance, or what they call recce rule, because I use it a lot. So this guy lied to somebody about how reconnaissance worked to benefit him, and that's when I'm like, nope. That was the trap. That was the blue eyes dragon face down in trap mode. I'm like, abso-fucking-lutely not. That's not how that rule works. And so I questioned first, like, that's not how that rule works. Like, yes, it is. Look it up. I was like, all right. I was like, this is how it works. I can almost quote it to you, but I will look it up. And then I looked it up. He's like, oh yeah, I was close. I was like, no, you told him the complete opposite, and it would have benefited you. I was like, so now you have absolutely no validity going forward. I was like, I don't speak for the rest of the American team, but I don't trust anything you say now. So. Tiki level painting. Yeah, my painting is pretty terrible. So if anyone shows up with an army painted as terrible as mine, yeah, you should be a little suspect. Like, they painted that kind of fast. They kind of just slapped that paint on there. Well, that's another good point. Squig and Sean brings up. How do you guys feel about painted armies? Like I said, if it's just a social meetup, I don't care that much. But if it's an event that someone's organizing, you know, and they're going to take lots of pictures and they have painted terrain and good tables, I think you should at least adhere to like the 3-color minimum, you know? But like I said, if you're just starting out, if you haven't had time to paint, I totally get that. But we've all seen the difference between someone just starting out with a new army, new faction they haven't painted yet, versus someone's like, oh hey, I just traded for this top of the line meta faction, you know? Hey, they just changed the rules for indirects, and now I added like 3 Kashukas or like 4 land mattresses. You're like, ah, fuck. It's like, I'm trying, man. I can't pay. You're fine, Bad Rabbit. You're fine. But yes, I would politely request that for Clash of the Caribbean, you do have at least a three color minimum. I mean, I don't think that's crazy because like one color is your uniform, white color is the helmet, and just skin tone. You know, and boom, you're already there. One of us. One of us. Like I said, if it's a friendly meetup, yeah, but if it's an event, I think that's where I draw the line. If it's a legit event and there's painted terrain, now I understand 40K is a little different because it's like you have the standard issue competitive terrain, you know, the L's, the 7s, it looks like laser tag from the 90s. I get it. But for like Bolt Action, where you have like whole ass fucking cities, you know, and super detailed and dedicated, if there's painted terrain, I think the bare minimum is to show up with a 3-color painted army. Yeah, and same thing. I try not to show up with unpainted models either, because I feel like painted models also bring in more people from the sidelines, people who might be interested in the hobby. You know, it's a good way to kind of get interest in your hobby. Like, I'm glad Conflict 47 is blown up now, but this time a year ago, man, nobody knew what it was, and not that many people were interested, so. Drawing on the face mask. Yeah, that's my thing. My models won't be painted well, but they'll be painted. You know, like I try and stick to at least a 3-color. On some models, it'll be tough, like my mummies. You know, they really are only technically 4 colors. Like you have the color of the base, which is the sand. You have their mummy wrappings. You have their bones, and then I have their eyes. Like there's not much I can do on a mummy. You know, like that's why I feel bad for like Tomb Kings. So, like they don't have armor. You know, I'm like, what do you do for a Tomb King? So 3 colors, but for most like Imperial Guardsmen or Riflemen for bolt action, you have the uniform, because sometimes the pants and the shirt are the same color. So you have the uniform, you have the weapon, which is usually wood, you know, or black for metal. So you have the uniform, the weapon, the skin tones, the face and the hands. You have the helmet or hat, and then you generally have the boot, and then you have the basing. So that's at least 5 or 6 colors right there, you know. All right. Let's keep working on Sweet Tooth. Sorry guys if I go quiet, I'm just double checking some reference photos. Oh, yeah, no, I'm sorry. The pink is that's gonna be yellow. I just put a pink down as a base coat. I'm sorry about that. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I don't think I'm very good. My werebear turned out really well, but I think it's the only animal thing I've done pretty well. My Ursus infantry turned out well, but so I gotta do red lips, and then I'm gonna do that intermesh white. Thanks. Thanks for the comment on the skin tone. I cheated. I'm a filthy cheat. I just hit it with Xandri Dust Spray Primer, and then it's generally about 2 coats, like two coats of orc flesh. And for knobs or like more important orcs, I'll generally give them like 3 or 4. You know, the bigger and darker skin tone, the older and tougher they are. The contrast speed paint like really goes into like the muscles and stuff, and I think gives it a good look. So I appreciate the compliment, but it's not on me. All right. So let me do his pants, and I'll go back and finish his mask. Alright, well, hey, thanks for swinging by, Ginny. I appreciate it. Always happy to talk about Conflict 47. Take it easy. Hopefully we answered any questions you had. Got you pointing in the right direction. Look forward to seeing what you get started. Good luck with the Germans. Yeah, so I'm not doing him in the camo scheme of my normal orcs. This guy I'm going full like hero mode, so he's getting his own paint scheme to be just like Sweet Tooth. Has anybody started season 2 of Twisted Metal? There's something I wanted to talk about, but I guess I can't, sadly. It's actually really funny. It's a really funny Sweet Tooth thing, but I don't want to do any kind of spoilers. I hate spoilers, so I'm not gonna be that guy and spoil shit for other people. Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm excited to see what kind of pinup girl you work on. Works out for your guard vehicle. Yeah, please do shoot me photos, Bad Rabbit, of both your German army you're working on and, of course, of your rabbits. Always happy to see bunny photos. Proxy Baneblade for 40 bucks. American, not bad, man. Good find. So, without ruining it, I do know what I'm going to paint this little tarp on the bottom. It's going to be black because it's a cape. And if you don't know why Sweet Tooth has a cape, I recommend you watch Season 2 of Twisted Metal. You'll see what it is. It's fucking hysterical. Hey, what's going on? Yeah, it's a palate cleanse day. So, you know, I got the Orks out, you know. Got some Orks out, got some Ork trucks, and we're working on my Sweet Tooth Ork. So the model is based off of like Sweet Tooth from the games and from the TV show. So we're painting him up. It's nice, I'm not gonna lie, it's very reinvigorating. I love Conflict 47, but you know, sitting here, I needed a little bit of a break. I've been writing videos on it, painting models. A little palette cleanse here and there is a great thing. You know, make your pile of gray shame, you know, work for you. And I'm not gonna lie, I love painting Orks. I like painting a lot of stuff. I like painting my minis. I paint, you know, pirates, historicals, World War II, you know, all sorts of stuff. But I'm not gonna lie, I have a fondness for building, especially for kit bashing. Building and painting orcs. I didn't kit bash this before anyone freaks out thinks I did. This guy's a kit bash though. This guy's a kit bash. This is a mech boy. Alright, so this one I'm gonna have to crank the lights back up, do it off camera, just do real fine detail work. So I'm sorry. Yeah, the red lips really make it. Alright, take it easy, painting games. Good luck against 1,000 Suns, man. Remember, there's only 1,000 of them. So, you got this. No, I'm the same way, Commander. I love kit bashing, and, like, painting is, like, my tax that I have to pay. For kit bashing. Yeah, I saw that rabbit. Let me take a look real quick. From the bad rabbit. Oh, look at the bunnies. Oh, very clever magnetization on your spinne. Well done. Very nice. Thanks, CB Cooper. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think the lips really make it. You know, that's why I want to take my time and slowly do it. I think the nose and the teeth, and like one eye is painted white over it because he has like, if you don't know, the reason why one is like that, I think in the show he gets stabbed in the eye too, but in Twisted Metal 2012, I think it's his daughter or his sister, I forget. I think it's his daughter. He's trying to kill his daughter. He kills his whole family, right? He goes crazy. and his daughter fights back and she stabs him in the eye with a pair of scissors. So that's why his left eye is all fucked up. Yeah, if you ever have time, like if you're just like trying to kill time and you have YouTube, I recommend watching all the cutscenes of Twisted Metal Black and Twisted Metal 2012, and just really enjoying the universe that is Twisted Metal. Because what I like is a lot of people are like, oh, they're doing the show lore wrong, they're doing this and that, but it's something that's really cool. I first heard about it listening to Frank Miller talk about, not Frank Miller, I think Frank Miller, yeah. Who the fuck did Mad Max, right? Talking about Mad Max and about, you know, Fury Road, and if that's the same Mad Max, and he brings up this point of it's a unreliable narrator. So when you have a wasteland narrative, this works for Mad Max, Twisted Metal, Fallout, anything like that. You have unreliable narrators because these are stories told down from generations. So it's like a game of telephone. So just because somebody says something doesn't mean you can believe them. You know, someone's like, oh, we're the ones who dropped the nukes. You know, they're just saying that, unless you have actual proof that they did. So with Twisted Metal, they take the lore and the story from all the different games and kind of like blend it all together and put it into the show. It's a really neat way of doing it. It's like the unreliable narrator wastelander method of storytelling. It's actually really cool. Yeah, this may become my absolute favorite. Even though I literally have an orc with a giant tiki mask, you know, that I'm going to be putting on a bike, you know, as like my warlord for Tiki the Hut. This actually made up still being probably one of my favorite orc models. Yeah, this one's pretty fun. For the red circles on his pants, I'm probably going to go back and do those with either a paint marker or I have a little device that I can use. It's for actually doing nail designs. It's like this little ball, but you can just roll it in paint and it makes a perfect little circle. Mrs. Tiki gave me that idea, actually. let's do his white quote-unquote teeth, which would be the grill of this mask. Yep, there we go. Oh yeah, that's coming together. That's coming together. Like I said, I know he's supposed to be like a Snickrod or like a Commando, but I think he's definitely going to be my Pain Boy. I haven't even heard of that paint company. Shit Herder. Are they good? And there won't be any Tiki lore today, unfortunately, guys. I think we're just gonna cruise on through and get this guy painted. But I am happy to talk about Ork lore. And yes, it's my personal headcanon that shit, I'm so tired I can't think of his name. Commissar Yarrick. I think Commissar Yarrick is alive. I think Ork belief brought him back to life. And I think he's out there as like a admiral of like a freebooter fleet, you know, of orcs that are out there just fighting, not fighting for the Imperials, but just fighting against the enemies of the Imperium, like in their own way. That's what I'm saying. He's never died. He's just, I think he's out there commanding a whole, like, Bloodtooth, or sorry, Blood Axe, or in Freebooter Squadron. No, I imagine that's one of the foes that the Orks would really enjoy fighting are the Kroot. I feel like Ork versus Kroot is a really fun matchup for the Orks, you know? Like, those are some worthy adversaries. Pretty sure Orks hate fighting Tau and Dark Eldar the most, but I'm sure they don't mind fighting Kroot. I think with the cloth on these kind of like scissor style weapon here, I think I'm gonna do that like maybe not white cloth like its pants, but I think like a like an aged cloth, kind of like my mummy's, and put some blood on it. Where did I put my snake bite leather? I feel like I just had it. Oh, there it is. Alright, we're closing in at just about an hour left on the stream. Let's see. I don't know if I'll be able to fully finish him, but let's see how much damage I can do on this guy. Also, we gotta paint a little bit of our grots too on the back of the rhino. That's kind of neat. Get some more leather on there. We're gonna do leather boots. So for the metal fronts, leather handle on some of the weapons. So I'm hoping we're gonna get the grenade yellow on. We're gonna finish up the leather bits. We'll start painting the stabby metal parts. Now I just gotta patch up the, do a little bit of the gloves, a little bit more of the sword handles, then the boots, and the leather should be good. Got the bottom part of his belt right down here by his pants. Alright, man, we made a hell of a lot of progress on this guy. I'm excited. Trying really hard not to screw up the white pants. I put this belt on him. This has been a fun model. Excited. All right. Oh, that's awesome. Sounds like a cool STL. not bad. We're getting the boots in. Thanks, Commander. I appreciate it. Yeah, he's been a lot of fun to work on. Now it's hard to tell because I have a bright lights. It's hard to tell how well the white's coming out, but we're working on it. We're trying to finish up the leather. Finish up the leather, get the grenade yellow. They probably do all the metal and the sharp objects. We'll probably just keep going from there. So it started just as getting like a picture or a portrait done, but now I kind of want to build the models for it. I want a Crockett and Tubbs inspired Orks. I want them to have like the fastest cars, like the scrap jet wagon jump booster or whatever it is, you know. And I want them like full Miami Vice style camo, like, or even like leisure suits and sunglasses and shit. I want to go full like Ork Miami Vice with that. I think it'd be really cool. But no, I think that's gonna go great with like a nice little orc, basically like an all commando army. I'm gonna try and get as many sprues of the kill theme style commandos as I can. Just got to feel like the way like that one has like a soft capsule like that blood axe look lends itself real well to Miami camo. Yeah, you can tell as this snake bite leather kind of dries, it just really kind of gives like that good stretched, sunburnt kind of faded leather look. I really enjoy it. Yeah, since there's not a lot of like boats, I guess, and Warhammer 40k, I think for my my DACA jets, I'm gonna try and do them as like you know, I think I showed you like biplanes with like jet engines. We're gonna try and make them all pontoon, like float planes. So yeah, I think that'll be like my quote-unquote second orc army. I'll have like a Miami Vice style army. We'll call it Wild Vice. That way I can have a evil sons versus, you know, blood axes. Run them as, you know, like shit tons of commandos with a bunch of DACA jet support. I think there actually is an Oops All Gretchen army one-page rules, which is pretty cool. Alright. Backpack's good. Now let's swap over to, we'll get the grenade yellow in, and then we'll probably swap over to metal, then we'll swap over to black. That should probably take us to the end of the stream. Wanted to fully finish him, but I didn't think I'd even get to the point where I could base him, so I'm still pretty happy. Because I had to go back and look at my messages to Squig Hunter Sean and figure out exactly how I based. Gotta figure out exactly what I used to base this guy. I'm pretty sure I used the sand stuff on the actual rocks, and I hit everything else in the Gulliman Flesh or the Dunes. I'm not sure. I'll double check. No, I don't have any mechs. For my Evil Sons army, I went full trucks and buggies. And then I think for my Wild Vice, I'm going to go full, you know, cars and planes. Let Belcher stop hiding where at you. Is that you? Yeah, there you are. All right. Yeah, and that's one of the other cool things. It's a good point about Pile of Shame, Commander. That's the other thing too. Is once I have my Mad Max orcs, which are awesome, but then if I also have my Miami Wa, or my not Miami Wa, my Wa Vice. I gotta figure out what I want, Miami Va or Wa Vice. Probably Wa Vice. When I have my Wa Vice army, they're blood axes, so they can still fight either fight against my own orc army, or for bigger apocalypse games, I could bring them to work side by side with my evil sons. Yeah, I have a bunch of those too, Commander. I picked up a couple from the Bits box. They were in there. Yeah, sorry, Bad Rabbit. I can't move that away from the chat, otherwise I would. Nice. There's one of his little blades. I think I'm definitely gonna put a little bit of like blood speckle on the shears. All right, there's there's that sword done. Well, hand snippers and his other machete done. But yeah, I can't stress enough. If you guys haven't seen the Twisted Metal show, it's definitely worth the watch. First season's great, and so far second season's phenomenal. I'm like 4 episodes in, I think. Man, I may get just about done with this guy. I think, oh, hell yeah, Squiggertron. I think we want to get tons of guys in there. I'm gonna start ordering my, my DACA jets, getting those ready. I think putting the pontoons on the DACA jet's gonna be the hardest part. Alright, our Orc Sweet Tooth is looking pretty good. What I'm working on now is getting my old yellow paint that I need to desperately replace. But I get my yellow paint working so I can get these, get that grenade looking real good. Alright. Almost done with the grenade. And then we'll move on and to the black, which we'll use for tough things. That's his other eye on his mask. It's also like kind of the hilt and guard on some of his weapons as well. So, moving through. I'll have to double check. I forgot what I did my stick bombs as. I don't know if the shaft is wooden or metal or shiny chrome. I'll have to take a look. Pretty sure it's black, that way there was tough enough for them to beat somebody with, but I'll take a look. Yeah, that is what made that Orc flyer kit so cool. You can build all different types of planes. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry about that. I totally misunderstood, Bad Rabbit. No, yeah, you're right. That is super cool that I can actually print all the different types of planes. You're right. That was pretty cool. Alright, there we go. That is our yellow grenade. High explosive. Cool. Every time I see these yellow grenades, it makes me think of Battlefield Bad Company, you know? Where they had the little tags on them of the smiley faces. Oh yeah, better. I think I've seen that. Some of them come with propellers. Some of them look like A10s. I think I've seen that Station Forge one. Yeah, the ejection seat. Yeah, we're looking at the same one. There's a cool STL out there that's a biplane that I kind of want to get. I just gotta figure out how I'm gonna put pontoon boats on everything. I mean, yeah, like pontoon floats on them. Turn them into seaplanes. It's coming along. Yeah, that's exactly what it is, Commander. You can, it's like the Freedom of Conflict 47. You can really just paint them however the hell you want and just go absolutely apeshit wild. Like I said, usually my orcs have this like convict style paint scheme. You know, they have orange pants and wife beaters or just orange jumpsuits, red armor, red guns, you know? But this guy, you know, because he's Sweet Tooth, he's going to be painted how like super crazy. No worries, Nathan. In honor of Twisted Metal, we've been working on a Sweet Tooth orc. So let me know what you think, Nathan. I haven't done the red on his pants yet, the red circles. I think I got the mask kind of decent. Well, I still have you and Asmo's orc. By the way, this is y'all in a stolen rhino, like I know you and your Blood Ravens enjoy. You know, you're the gunner. He's the other one. I still have to find the Space Marine helmets to put on top for you guys. But this is gonna be y'all's truck. Yeah, I watched Nathan play Dawn of War for a while. That was pretty cool the other day. I think it was like right as it became available. I think he was honestly the first person I saw streaming it, so that was pretty cool. There we go, I got the other eye in. How to do that with the toothpick. But yeah, Imperial Guard used to be my favorite lore. I mean, it's still good, don't get me wrong, but the more I read, the more I just thoroughly enjoy Orc lore. I just enjoy reading and learning more about Orcs. If 11th edition isn't asked, I may actually end up playing. But like I said, I keep making fun of 10th edition. I will make fun of the terrain. I think mirror-sided L and 7-shaped ruins that looks like a laser tag arena from the 90s. I think it's kind of silly, but it's because I play a lot of bolt action. I still need to try a good game of 10th edition. I'm happy to try it. Like I said, I should have 500 points of Orcs ready here soon. The only thing I ask is whoever I play, I just want a really cool table. You know, I want a really cool table and like a really cool mission, stuff like that. The other thing I like about Orcs, I know it sounds kind of silly, is, you know, of course they have Gork and Mork, you know, as their main gods, but they also have the Emperor. You know, because they love fighting Space Marines and shit like that. Like, man, who are this Emperor guys they're always praying to? Like, clearly he loves a good fucking fight. You know, same thing, I guarantee that Orcs probably like Khorne, too. They're like the chillest faction. Like, what, you got different gods than us? That's fine, we'll throw your gods in with ours. No big deal. I need to put some more coats on the grenade, and I gotta finish up the backpack. There's some spots in the backpack I didn't get. let me do his cape. For those of you who've seen Twisted Metal Season 2, you'll know why this little thing down here is going to be his cape. His cape is a huge deal. Well, not a huge deal, but it's a funny little thing in the second season, so definitely want to lean into that joke. Yes it does, Bad Rabbit. The first season, it has a lot of nods to a lot of the characters from the show, and it sets up like the universe. And the second season follows the game. The second season's the actual tournament, if that makes sense. So it's kind of like if there was a Mortal Kombat TV show. The first season would be like setting up all the characters, and the second season, the actual Mortal Kombat tournament would start. Swear to God, I don't misplace any paint more than I do my snakebite leather. It's true, Shitherder Sean has been around forever. He's been in the military for a long time. Rumor has it he was actually the water safety officer during the Delaware crossing. He kept trying to tell George Washington to put on his reflective belt and his life jacket. That's my second enlistment, Tiki. Yeah, I know it's not very popular, and it's kind of like, it seems like maybe a little bit more edgy than it needs to be. But when everyone talks about like World War I and the great like Christmas truce, and the guys got out of their trenches and they played soccer, wasn't it a beautiful thing? And I'm not saying it's not, again, that's very European, right? Very, very European, and it's a good thing. But a lot of people are like, that's the American way. I'm like, it absolutely is not the fucking American way. The American way is to wake up super early on Christmas morning, sail across a frozen river, and slaughter a bunch of German mercenaries in their sleep. That's the American way. It does and it doesn't. So it brings in the Asylum. And it brings in a lot of characters that are directly from Twisted Metal Black, but their stories are altered a little bit. It's kind of like it's a fun style retelling. Like I said, it's like a untrustworthy narrator style retelling. Like someone tells you the story of Mr. Grimm, and then it goes through like 2 or 3 other stories, and then when you finally hear it, it's the same story, just a little bit different, So, like Junkyard Dog, Preacher Man, a bunch of other people in there from Black. do y'all think? Should I do these smaller grenades green, like they're captured American grenade, or captured Imperial grenades, or should I do those grenades yellow as well? About 7 colors. Yeah, I think you're right. I think I do like yellow better. Right, that's an easy fix. Or actually, since I want to run him as possibly a commando. Let me try and get a purple on there. Yeah, Squig got a shot. I think because that way I can run him as a commando. I may do those grenades as purple, just to mark them as like smoke grenades. It's funny because most smoke grenades were used for purple, you know, for training purposes, but also being a sneaky git. You make your smoke grenades purple, they'll be extra sneaky. Yeah, I like the look of purple. I did see that video actually, and a lot of the stuff he said is true. I mean, I wouldn't call it fake. It's almost like Hawaii is one of the most American states there is. So you think about it, it was settled by a traveling tall warrior guy who beat the shit out of every other island, sailed from island to island and conquered them under one flag, and he's a big, huge, tall warrior like George Washington. And then therefore that state's culture takes a lot from all the other tribes that they conquered, including the Polynesians and other tribes, and they kind of incorporate that into their melting pot style culture. So That neat thing about Aloha shirts was true. Those were actually made by a Japanese American. All right, let me fix my grenades, and I'll probably call it a stream. Yeah, that's why I like just what little I know of Hawaii's history. I mean, I don't know the culture. I've been there a couple times, but I mean, their culture's their culture. But they're like, oh, we've always been a friendly, peace-loving culture. I'm like, no, the fuck you haven't. Yeah. Not according to your own history. Nothing to be ashamed of. It's just, you know, don't claim otherwise. Yeah, I'm gonna make those purple. Oh, a lot of their food items aren't native. But then again, that's why it fits in so well with America. We have a lot of our American items that we think are like 100% American that are absolutely not American at all. You know, it's taken from other cultures and kind of put together. But that's what you get when your country's only 200 years old, you know? You borrow a lot of other shit and make it your own. Alright, let me let those grenades dry, and then I'll hit them purple, and I think we'll end up calling it a day. We got a lot done, even just on one work. I think it looks pretty cool. I'm pretty happy. Yeah, I've never met a Hawaiian I didn't like, you know? Like, they're all pretty cool people. I said, friendly when I was there. I mean, most places I've been to inside my own country here are pretty friendly towards veterans and military, but Hawaii was especially friendly towards veterans and military. I felt like they're kind of similar to Florida, where like we don't like tourists, but we need tourists, you know, so it's like a necessary evil. But I felt like if you're a veteran, you know, you're like a step above a tourist in like the eyes of local Hawaiian. I don't know, I could be wrong, but I felt like they treated us just a little bit better. Like, oh, you're veterans. Oh, okay, cool. And the purple I'm using is this contrast Luxian purple. I don't know if it's like a Emperor's Children shade or something like that. Yes. Fun fact: American Samoa. So there's two different islands. There's Samoa and American Samoa. So the territory, American Samoa, actually has the most military recruits, like, ratio to the population per capita. It's actually really cool. I don't know if that's still valid or not. That was true the last time I looked it up, but it's been a while. Alright, as we finish up this last grenade, we'll probably start bringing the stream to an end here. Alright, this started off as a gray miniature. We based it, we spray primered it. You know, that base, that's just chopped up cork. You know, it's gonna look pretty good, like a little Badlands. He's got leather boots with some metal. You can see his machete, his clippers, so I can use him as a pain boy. He's got a backup sword back there. He's got an explosive grenade up top. He's got 3 smoke grenades, so you can run him as a commando if you want. And this is Sweet Tooth. I think it came out pretty cool. It's obviously a work in progress, still got some work to do, but that was a nice palette cleanse. I feel really happy doing that. That was a lot of fun. I have a little device, not device, a little thing my wife found for doing nails. So basically, it's like a little metal ball and like a little bit of a handle, and so all you do is you just roll it in paint and it makes perfect little circles. So I think that's what I'll do to put the red circles on his pants. And that felt good. I love Conflict 47, but nothing like a little palette purge. All right, not a bad weekend of streaming. We got a lot of conflict. We got some Conflict 47 done. We almost finished the USSR Siberian Terror Squads, which, you know, we're running as convicts. They're basically done. I can finish those up. You know, we're slowly chipping away at our vow. We finished our Timu Captain America. We still have our regular Captain Samuels, a model which was Shitherder Sean was nice enough to send to me, which I appreciate. We got a couple mummies to paint, so that won't be too difficult. I just brought these orcs out for a nice palette cleanse. I really wanted to work on my Sweet Tooth orc. I have other like orcs to work on. Hold on. Oh yeah, they kind of like blend in. Got this big fucking brick shit house of a fucking mech boy. It's kind of cool. But no, it was a great stream. Thanks for joining. I appreciate it. As soon as I hopped in, I already had like 3, 4, 5 people in there already chat, which was super cool. And I have plenty of people watching towards the end, which is pretty neat. We always bring up fun discussions. You know, like right now, I think the chat's talking about Hawaii, which is kind of funny. But yeah, that Dankula video is actually pretty good. But no, for you, for those of you who are going to work, are going to sleep, I actually hope you have a tremendous sleep. I hope it's absolutely chill. I hope you get like that distant thunderstorm kind of rumbling in the distance where you know it's kind of like miserable outside, so it kind of forces your body to want to stay inside. You know, like that good sleeping thunderstorm. Hopefully you guys have those if you know what I'm talking about. For those of you guys headed to work, I hope it's an absolutely awesome day. I hope it's a surprise pizza party and they actually order a good pizza instead of just like, hey, we can't pay you overtime, but here's pizza instead. That's the same, right? Right? It's absolutely not. Not at all. But especially, I hope you stay safe, stay hydrated, and don't forget to relax today, because you're on Tiki time.
Shipwreck soldiers on Moto sand, type today, rifles in hand. Hula gals with summer smiles, no war drums, just beach for miles. Ghost park by Tiki lights, shadows dance in tropic nights. Sand beneath where boots once stood, paradise ain't so misunderstood. Lost in waves and hula tunes, tiki drinks and months of moons. Forgot the fight in distant lands, just surf and play with tired hands. Bunkers built from palm and hope, coconuts and crude soap. Imperial dreams fade in sun, warriors turn beach bums. Shine to ocean gods we raise, praying for forgotten days. Sake in the campfire glow, life's a surfboard